Sorry about that. These things happen, as you know. I tried real hard getting the stream on my PC to work, and it was working. I was praying that it wouldn't blue screen, and unfortunately my prayers were not answered. God turned a blind ear. Thankfully, I hadn't actually done anything of consequence today. So, and Figma obviously is cloud-based, so we can just jump straight into that. Very sad. I think it might be my graphics card. Yeah, I'm blue screening. It says that it's OBS. So basically what happens is it only crashes when I'm running OBS, and it only crashes when the video encoder needs to be reset midstream because of a timeout issue. I think that means that my graphics card is on the way out. But the problem is it only happens when I'm using OBS. Don't think it happens while I'm playing games, which means maybe it's not the graphics card, maybe it's the graphics driver, but I've fully reset my driver and I've reinstalled OBS to a newer version. So, you know, like, it's an older graphics card. It's from over 10 years ago. So at some point, you know, it probably needs to be replaced anyway. But you know, that's, yeah, that's life. Could be a thermal issue. Could be. All right, well, let's, unfortunately I don't have any of the content that I just worked on, but I can go grab it again pretty quickly. At least my laptop doesn't crash. What helps me stay motivated? I use Figma NPC Chris. To stay motivated, I would say the biggest thing for me is acknowledging how deep I am into this project. No, it's kind of like this project is one that I really love it, and you know, maybe there would be a time and a way and a place where I could give up on it. You know, like if an opportunity came along, if I was only like a year into this project and an opportunity came along for me to work on something else, and that gave me more, you know, space to, you know, do other things or whatever, maybe I would be inclined to consider it. But at the same time, I feel like I don't know, like I feel like I'm quite content with this project. Like it's really something that I enjoy doing, as far as like, hang on a second, one sec. I'm going to answer your question properly. I'm not going to forget it. It's just that my brain's not really working right now while I'm focusing on this. One sec. Okay, kind of works. All right. So for me, it's kind of like when I picked this project, you know, I really didn't hold back anything, and I was so... It represents so much of what I love in games and so much of what I want to achieve that until I achieve it, there's really no other peak that I want to pursue. There's no other thing that I want to try to achieve with this game. So when it comes to staying motivated, I mean, there are times when my motivation becomes low, and it's typically around times of stress and risk. But honestly, I love what I'm doing so much that it's never permanent. I never lose the interest. Do you know what I mean? In making the game. I've always, you know, the game itself is so... It's like, you know, pick game, like your favorite game to play, or like just playing games as a hobby. It's like if someone said, like, would you ever lose motivation to play video games? And it's like, well, maybe, but like it'll always come back as long as you are not having unhealthy mind frames about what it is and how you're supposed to engage with it. You know, I don't know. It's sort of it's an interesting one to think about. Demotivation it usually has a cause, for me at least. For me, and I do lose motivation a lot, and it's typically because I'm too tired to think straight. If I'm too tired, but it's not like I don't really get bored of what I'm doing. Yeah. Because it represents my whole interest, my whole passion, you know? Okay, so we were looking at these spiders, and we were thinking about how we can make them do what we want them to do. So the first thing is, I don't like what's happening with this arrow. I don't know if I'm going to keep the arrow, but something's going on here where we're getting a lot of... I mean, that's mostly okay, but this flipping is super weird. So let's have a look at the code. This spider enemy isn't technically an enemy in my game. It's a mono behavior, which is going to cause problems for us. But at the same time, haha, very good, lazy. Yeah, at the same time, if I make it an enemy, it might have different repercussions because there are other things. This is one of those issues where in the scope of the game world, right, the systems that I've created for the game, there are reasons why all enemies should be able to do certain things. So in this case, if I kill an enemy, their spawn state, their spawn position, or where they died, creates an object there, and I can respawn them, basically. These enemies came before that system. So these enemies, like, have a respawner. So I either would have to remove the default enemy functionality on death from these guys to make them be an enemy type, or I would need to bypass that functionality and have there be some exceptional code that runs, or I make them not enemies at all. But there's a whole bunch of reasons why they should be enemies, specifically because of the ensign system, and because the current logic that these guys are using, it's based on like a state machine that's baked into the script, which is not how I do my state machines anymore. It's too old for that. Tarkov with car parts. That sounds cool. So my options are rewrite the states for this thing. Replace the enemy altogether. I'm not sure. there's a broader question about like, does this, so the way that this worked in the demo, I might I don't do I have something I can show you how this works? Let me grab something for you. I do have something. Okay. So in the later chapters of the game, when you attack these spiders, you basically get launched. What is this? 720p 60? Looks like Garbaggio. Yeah. So when you attack them, you get whoosh, launched in the direction of the arrow. That's a fair system. It's fine. But that system predates the actual like ensign system. And in fact, that system is the precursor of the ensign system. So the system now was built on top of this thing. So but the only difference is that there is a slight philosophical design change that I made that's really important. And the design change is that in this system, the enemy pushes you forward, and it happens all at once. It happens immediately. If you look at the top left, it's just like there's like an instant, and then it's closer to like the Celeste powers. Hey, Game Evolution, welcome. So, yeah, in Celeste, you know, you collect the gems and then they work straight away. You sort of like touch them and you get launched. Hey, Sharky. In Insignia, the way that it is now is when you defeat an enemy, you gain access to the ability and then you can use it. Hey, this music is getting kind of super weird. Get out of my face. What is this, the chill station? What station is this? This is supposed to be chill. Okay, well, whatever. So the differences between how the enemy is designed to work and how it would have to work is it's a little confusing. So right now, like when you defeat an enemy, notice how like this setup, it's designed so that just hitting the spider puts you in the correct spot. So here, like we're there, we get pushed across, we get pushed up. You just have to hit the spider and you'll end up where you need to be. With the current system, I've basically removed that as a requirement, right? This idea that you have to do something at the perfect moment, mid platforming. It's a bit much. Instead, it's all player driven. So you get the power off of the spider, and then you can use the power when you want. The problem is that disconnect takes this scenario. The core design of these spiders was designed so that it would happen simultaneously. So I can't really appropriate them quite the same way because it's not really how it works anymore. There are like other things I could do with them, maybe even like later in the game. So I could have it be that you fling at the spiders. That could be interesting. So you could use them as like a slingshot. So if a spider is here, I use a power, I like slice through the spider and end up here. And I could put them later in the game. So it's just a bit more kind of skill based or whatever. But I wouldn't do that in the tutorial for chapter 1. So, I mean, everybody had criticisms of this being too hard. So, and it was way harder months before. So the other option that I had, and this was under the impression that the spiders would, you know, fling you around or whatever, and also that we would somehow have to, keeping that in mind, that in the scope of the chapter, we want there to be a carry on from what you learn in the environment to how you fight the boss. Right now, the spider dashing stuff doesn't relate to any of that. So I'm thinking I push it further ahead. They're fine to stay in the game, but I don't think it's going to make sense for me to sit here and repurpose their script right now. I think instead we replace them with something like maybe just the hedgehogs. And we make the hedgehogs be able to climb up the walls. And then we give the player the ability to climb up the walls. I think that's it. I think we make it. Yeah. Okay. It works for me. So I might even remove the spider boss from the... I'll just remove all of the spider aspects from this part of the demo. Hey, Jin Park. New to the stream, interested in getting started in game dev, but struggling with starting. I mean, game dev is such a huge thing that it's not a surprise that it's difficult. I think what you want to do is break down the elements, and I guess if you're talking about programming and design specifically, I mean, there are lots of YouTube channels that can teach you that. But I have a couple of resources that I like for game-related programming. So Khan Academy has a computer science. If you Google Khan Academy drawing with code, that's a really good course. It's free, and it just teaches you ideas about making stuff move and react with code. And then the Unity tutorials are fine as well. Like from the website with the demo projects. But processing is a Java library that the Khan Academy stuff was based on. I think it's also JavaScript now. And that also has a lot of creative code stuff. I also recommend the YouTube channel Code Train if you're interested in just more creative programming stuff that's not just game dev. But for game dev specifically, yeah, I mean, the Unity tutorials and also the YouTube channel Brackies is really good for that stuff. Hey, it's Johnny. That's okay. Cool. Key advice to keep in mind throughout the whole process. Start small. I think any sort of creative code exercise requires so much technical knowledge and so many moving parts that if you can keep it small and do whatever you're doing, even if you're working on one big project, build the big project out of small experiments that you can validate and feel good about and move on from and take with you, right? So if you're making a game and you want to make an RPG, like an action adventure RPG that's got platforming and combat like mine, make a small platformer first, and then make a game with a dialogue system that's just a dialogue system, like a dating sim, and then make, you know, a game that's like a little fighting game or something. If you can do that, you can have 3 games and then use all 3 of those systems to make your big game, you know? So do it that way. You'll have more fun and you'll feel more positive momentum in your work rather than taking a really, really big project and then spending years and years and years trying to work towards it. Okay. So these spiders, we've just agreed, gone, not in the demo. That makes it very easy for me. Oh, Jin. Well, in that case, I think what you're really looking for is a bit more of an education into how Unity as an engine works, and like composition as a programming archetype. So an object with scripts and how those work. I think if you Google like Unity composition, tutorial, like if you want, like if you can find a video that teaches you that, that's kind of what you're looking for, is the model of how Unity works. So like mono behaviors, scripts, writing classes to do specific jobs. That makes, I mean, that's all. It's about asking the right questions there. Okay, so wall climb hedgehog. Let's make this thing climb the walls. That's what it looks like currently. Maybe you will. Hey, fractals. Something more complex in a tutorial? So I've been trying to, if you check out like my stream, I do quite a lot of tile stuff. This was made on stream, and the current like tile sets that I do, this is as complicated as they get, at least for the 32 by 32 ones. So it's a lot simpler than the, I've got a video on my channel. If the one that you're referencing is the first one that I ever created, my first video on my channel, it's like an auto tiling tutorial, and it's like so complicated. I do like hundreds of these like variations over like columns and columns of permutations, because I built it on this idea of just like a 3x3 model with like the central tile being the one that we we look at the context around that central tile and then we update what's on the tile. I don't really do that anymore. I basically start with some very simple definitions that apply to most cases, and then I overwrite them with broader definitions or more specific definitions that are bigger. And that is way more efficient for me. So it's just a minor thing. So let's think about this. In the scenario, hey, definitions. In this scenario, I think the hedgehogs are fine. It's a little awkward that I don't have. I need like, maybe I will still have the spiders, but I'll have them be just like, or like some objects that you have to knock down or something. Something simple, because I'm thinking about the gameplay implications of this. I guess I have got a few of these already designed. Okay, let's work with this. One thing that I was thinking is that I think that the enemies should be a lot slower. Like the hedgehog should rush at you slower. All right. it kind of changes fundamentally how they operate to have them be able to climb walls, because it means either they climb walls, they're on the walls already. I could do either. I could do some on the walls and some on the floor. But the idea is that originally they would do like their little spin dash thing, and then they would rush towards you, and if you jumped out of the way, they'd hit the wall and bounce off it. That idea, does that contrast with them being able to run up the walls? That's why I think like maybe I just make them like Spinies from Mario, where they could just walk on walls. Or I could do both. You know, they can walk on walls, they can walk on the floor, they can still run into the walls and bounce off them. It doesn't like, it's not, what's the word? It doesn't clash, that idea. I think it works. But I think I will have to remove their quill move, the spike attack. I think it's dumb. So now the thing that I want to do here, if I'm going to rewrite these, is think about, I mean, I might rebuild them from scratch. There's a lot of junk here that I probably don't need. Oh, actually, this is pretty good. No, this is fine. Because it's either they spin and hit the wall, or they spin and go up the wall and then flick off of the wall. I do have another enemy that runs into walls and gets confused. So maybe it's fine for them to fly up the wall. We'll just play with it and see how it works. We don't have to make any quick decisions. Okay. This engage class doesn't need to be here anymore, like this. Oh, I want to say a big thank you to Yo-Yo Bob. I missed your subscription. I didn't miss it. I was in the middle of something and then I forgot about it. Thank you so much for the resub, buddy. Titty Bite, thanks so much for the follow. Very funny. All right. Yeah, they can go up it. I mean, look, they can go up the wall. I just need to figure it out. All right. So yeah, this doesn't need to be its own script anymore. How did I do it with the snake? Yeah, it's another class in the same file. That's how I did it. Hey, I'm gonna take a really quick break. I'm gonna be back in a sec. Be back in 2 to 5 minutes. Make it 5 to 10. See you in a bit. One sec. Let me fix the Discord overlay. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, we back. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I'm thinking the Hedgehog is looking okay. I might bring its engage behavior forward, but it's not too bad. It's fine as its own class. I think it's fine. So then this is the whole thing for its logic. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bite. Godot, good. Okay, hang on. I would say, just looking at Sharky's message, I would never say Godot is like straight up better than Unity, but it might be more appropriate for smaller projects if you're a beginner. That's what I would say. There are things I like about it that are more efficient, like the fact that you don't have to compile this script is very nice for a beginner. It's also like the node system is good. So its barrier for entry is maybe like a slight nudge lower than Unity's, and also because it's such a lightweight app, it requires less, installing and getting frameworks set up and blah blah blah. But once you're up and running, they're not that dissimilar, and in the long run, I think Unity's advantages, even for small projects, start to show. It's just that like with more power comes greater responsibility kind of thing. Like the bigger that Unity has so many features that knowing how to use them and knowing how not to use them poorly becomes a concern. If you start using the big tools and you don't know how to keep it reined in, you can get lost. Dot? I don't know. That's not something that I have any interaction with. Okay. So like basically we just need to take this away because I don't like it anymore. And then the wall ride, I guess, will come up as part of this. So hey, saves the queen. All right, well, let's give it a, how do we do this? I want it to be able to walk up walls. I don't have any code for this whatsoever. All of my navigation code is based on horizontal navigation. None of it's based on vertical. the idea that an enemy can patrol a wall is it's not really there at all. So let's have a look at the navigate script. What does it do? It has a destination, it can face the destination, but that's all on the x-axis. Yeah, this is the Hedgehog for the wall boost. That's right. So, like, yeah, this is totally... Yeah, I might have to basically rewrite this, I think. Unless I add a Y direction to it. Yeah. So this is all, it's all X based. I wonder if this is really even worth it. I mean, it's more than just whether or not it's worth a specific script. It's more like, is it worth even implementing this at all? Let me slow this. Let me slow this king down, my man. I really want to replace a bunch of this stuff too. Why did I do this? Okay, so charge is going to go in there. Engage is going to go in there. Okay. What? Did this require? Ugh, get out of here, Adam. Art review. Cool, Swizz. We'll do that in a little bit, for sure. Oh, no. Please. if you might fall asleep, we'll do it now. Let's not be silly. Is it in Discord? Cool. Cool, so other than the face, the rest is just blocked out shape-wise, not loving the proportions. Trying to find the balance between top-down and front-on, is that right? So could you give me a bit more context around, like, is this for your top-down game? Is there anything specific that you're going for, like, in terms of like size, proportions, style, anything like that? It's giving me a little bit of almost like Habbo Hotel vibes. I don't know if you remember Habbo Hotel. I think it's just the character, the face. Maybe it's something else. Maybe not Habbo Hotel. Maybe it's like Maniac Mansion. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of Habbo Hotel. The front on faces. Like this. I think it's because of how much detail you have in your... Hang on a second. There you go. I eventually want it to be highly detailed, and yes, I get the exact same vibe. Yeah. Oh, you don't like it? It's definitely, I think, the facial features rendered out the way that you have them gives me that vibe. So it's like the eyebrows and the eyelids, the very like symmetrical face with all of the features blocked in. Probably if I was to be like, what's the word? If I was to put my finger on it, I think it's that the eyes and the actual face proportions are quite human. They're not really stylized. So like, you know, if a lot of like, you know, a lot of... No, sorry, I didn't mean to press that button. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant to do. Sorry, everyone. I pressed the wrong button on my stream. My stream deck is being really slow today, and I don't know why. It's like not really responding, and it's a bit confused. Sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't have any way of actually making that quieter, if you can believe it. All right. Honestly, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, how do I... Okay, please. You know what? I'm going to close Stream Deck and open it again. Maybe it'll work better that way. Sorry. I don't know why it's so slow today. It's so slow. It's still so slow. Whatever. I was trying to just open up Sprite. Okay. So, you know, a lot of the time in pixel art, you'll see like eyes be rendered, you know, kind of like this, you know, like in Kirby's case, or, you know, something like this. Like they'll keep it like super stylized. One second. Sorry. Better. Or like in, oh gosh, no. What is this? There we go. Or in like, in the case of Insignia, you know, a lot of my characters, it's just 2 pixels and it'll be like just 2 different shades of a color, oftentimes darker and then lighter. And then I'll give them like just like an eyebrow or something. That's how I do them in Insignia, with obviously skin around it. But because you're going for something a little more Stardew, they don't draw the mouths at all. It's just face. I mean, look, it's just eyes and that's it. So in that case, it's kind of a bit more like this, which is like the kind of like the Final Fantasy way of doing it, I think. Actually, I have to review how they actually do it. But I think it's something like that, or might be a pixel wider or lower. I'm not sure if you're trying to go for your own thing or like, or what, but I would just try to, like, I guess, consider what works about the things that you like. So yeah, in Stardew, it's actually even more simpler, closer to Insignia's. Actually, it is exactly like how I've got it. Yep, it's literally exactly that. So because you've got such a larger space to work within, I would say, I mean, it's up to you really. Like if you said to me like, you know, I just want it to feel more like those games, you could take the nose out completely, you know. If you really want, you could just do like a slight shadow, or yeah, like no nose works. And then like a lot of these more chibi kind of like, you know, characters, they'll make their foreheads like a little bigger, and they'll separate the eyes a fair bit. Normally eyes, the width of an eye fits between the 2 eyes typically. So you can even, you know, you could do something like this. Now, obviously, this is going to give you a look that you might not like. You know, you might look at that and go, oh, that's too Bratz doll for me, or whatever. And it's up to you to decide, like, what is, you know, the look. But keep in mind, like, that's where style comes from, you know. So, you know, even if you make the eyes like, the first thing that I would say is like, does this fit on your canvas? Like, does this fit in a screenshot? Like, how big is your game? If your game is like, say, the same size as Insignia's, if it's pixel art, is that, you know, is that the size? Is it this big on screen? Or are you going for like 960 by 540? That's a really big canvas size. And even then, I would say that's quite a large character. So I think you probably have too many pixels to start with. Unless it's literally this. I mean, that's not too bad. That's fine. I guess I just don't really know what the, like, maybe it would be worth doing a mock-up of your game and drawing your character sprite to fit inside the mock-up. Because you've put like a lot of energy and effort. I can see like the coloring of the skin and the highlights on the nose and all of this stuff. If you find yourself in a position where you can't work at this scale, you know, you might get a bit stuck. So, you know, you might only have half of this size. What is this music, man? You want bigger sprites? Okay. So it is this is about the size that you want? Okay. Well, if that's the case, like, it's up to you, really. I mean, there's a certain point where some of this stuff is not really about better or worse. It's just about what you're looking for. Like, I could make comments about certain aspects of it, but I think so far, it's not bad. You know, I might give a little bit of shadow here. Assuming this is like over the face. Maybe just a bit simpler. This reminds me a lot of point and click adventure games, this art style. And it's definitely not a bad thing. It's just like it's kind of like what, you know, it's very Western, right? It's not very like anime inspired. And there's a whole world of games in the early to mid 90s that had a look similar to this that there's probably a market for. Like, it's right now, I think that like the market's a little bit saturated with Japanese inspired stuff. So I really don't want to say to you, oh, you should make it look more anime, because I don't know if that's necessarily going to be better, you know? The body proportions? Yeah, it's not Maniac Mansion, but not quite. Or maybe it is. Maybe I'm kind of, yeah, kind of. Kind of. So I think you could go, I mean, for top down, you go like a little bit more top, right? You can squash the character's proportions down. I think that works. As long as you can sort of imply with the perspective, like have the dress be rounded like this to show that we're looking from the top. Same thing with this. Let's just, well, that's too bright. But I don't think it's wrong. I think lighting will do a lot of the work here. I would bring the bag up like this if it's top down, and have like, you can almost see the back of it come through this way. I really don't think you've done a bad job at all so far. I think you're getting a bit self-conscious about it, but it's not because there's nothing really inherently wrong with it. Yeah, I don't even know if the things that I'm doing are making it better or worse in any direction. I think it's what you want. Because I think once you start bringing shades into it, I feel like there will be more obvious things to say. But like as a silhouette, I don't know, it looks fine. I'm getting a little bit like Pam from The Office vibes. As far as I understand about your game, it's supposed to be a bit more kind of like comfy than like, you know, she's not supposed to be a Victoria's Secret model, I'm guessing. Hey Nix. Yeah, so I think you're doing fine. You know, like I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, you should make her waist tighter and you should make her, you know, clothes more revealing and you should make her, you know what I mean? Like the character looks relatable. So I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're doing right now. But I will say, like, some of the lighting I would consider if the light source is like above, just before you get too deep into it. If the light source is up here, well, this is kind of a me thing. So I might put the highlights whenever the hair goes flatter like this. So right before it starts turning down to more vertical. So before this point, I would light that. But that's more of a, I don't know if that's a bit, and then on top as well. Might be a bit glamorous kind of thing. I don't know. A bit shiny, but or otherwise, like keep it flat. Like, does it have to be so detailed? Oh, I like the darker hair there. I'm just playing dress up now. Yeah. So, I don't know. Like, I have a feeling that doing it like this, where we're thinking about outlines and details, even to some extent this, like all of the very specific shading that's being done on the areas like this, if there's a lot of animation in the game, which there probably won't be, so maybe you're fine, a more detailed style might be, it might hurt more than it helps. But yeah, I think you're fine. I don't think you should worry too much. If this is what you like, I would make the legs, I would do what I said. Squash the proportions a little bit from the bottom up so that it feels a bit more top down. It also feels maybe a little more video gamey to have the head be a little bigger, you know, relative to the rest of it. And then the bag, I think, you know, should help show that perspective a bit more. And then just lighting. I don't think you've done anything inherently. It's not wrong or anything like that. It's fine. Yeah, excited to see where you take it. Yeah, I mean, I know that this is like work in progress. I know that you just don't have the time put into it yet. I would also just maybe little things like, depending on the fit of this, like I would again think about this as going like down. So like your shapes are like this. We should be able to, like you had it like this, these pixels like this, make it feel like this is going like that, which is that would work from below or from in front, but instead it should be more like this if we're above them, right? Like my sleeve, if you look at it, if anything, especially if I turn it away from you, it's down. Whereas if I turn my sleeve towards you, now it's up. So, you know, that's like you're below me, and then that's like you're above me. So yeah, little things like that. It's not even that big of a change. It's just like move this row across further. So it's like this. You know, little things like that might just help inform that perspective of like, oh, we're above them and whatever. Okay, cool. So No, no, no. Okay, so Hedgehog, climbing walls. It's gonna be really hard to. I think it's one of those things where, like, in my head, I feel like. So let me. I'll break down all of my thoughts. I have this hedgehog. I want to explore some new gameplay options and build some level designs around this thing. My gut tells me prototype it first. For me to prototype it first, I need to build it. If I build it, I'm most of the way towards making it. So it's not really something that I can prototype any better than I can just imagine it without putting in the effort beyond prototyping it anyway. So it's like, well, I might as well just build it. Okay. That always tends to happen with this kind of thing. It's like, do you just hack it towards sort of working, but then potentially like ruin your ability to appraise it because it's not built properly? Or do you build it properly so that you can validate it, but then you might as well not have prototyped it in the first place because what you've built is like the full thing. Anyway. Very hard. Hard to win in that context. But let's make a new script. We'll call it Wall Walk. Wall navigate. It is a bit of a paradox. It sucks. Okay, this is a behavior state. Okay. Thank you. And then so let's have a look at this. It's basically the same script. This is where I get a little bit awkward. It's like, well, shouldn't I just set this up to be exactly the same? Shouldn't I just extend this script to make it do both? It just implements all of the things a bit differently, that's all. Oh, vel y. Okay, well, that's why. Well, that's basically the same thing. Okay, well, sure. I guess. This is fine. The only thing about this is that when we face the position, that's not really what this means anymore. Because this is all based on X. I kind of want to flip it upside down if they're going the other direction. I guess I don't really have Apple face down, but I'm just going to go character dot. I guess that's the closest thing I can do. Turn them upside down. Yeah, only a developer. Isn't it so good? Isn't it so good? It's insane, right? Why doesn't IntelliSense work properly? It's not IntelliSense, it's Copilot. Which replaces IntelliSense. Hey, Recreations. Oh, that's great to hear. Yo, Batman Coding, thanks for the follow. Jake Robert, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so now my IntelliSense works while using Copilot. There's one other reason why I don't use IntelliSense. It's that I'm also using OmniSharp, and because I'm using OmniSharp, I've disabled the C# extension. One of the extensions is disabled because because OmniSharp handles my formatting. Wait, what makes you say IntelliSense isn't working properly? Isn't it working properly? I guess I'm confused. What is it that you're seeing that you should be seeing? Maybe I'm missing something. What are you not seeing? Like if I do like dot, that's in, is that what we're talking about? I don't know. Or do you mean like when I start writing? I don't know. Maybe I'm confused about what it is. I thought I knew. Now I don't know anymore. Game Maker? I mean, work on a project that's so small that it doesn't matter what engine you're using. And then when you've made that project, try a new engine and see if you like it more. That would be the way I would say to do it. Okay, so I think Navigate doesn't have it doesn't actually have an animation. Yeah, so I don't even know what that's doing. But let's call this like wall walk. Which is a walk with an animation. A wall walk with an animation. It didn't start as a 10-year project. Now, what's the condition here? I think I had something about safe to walk. And what's obstructed? I mean, obstructed is totally... Yeah, that's not even valid anymore. This is hard now, because now I have to do checks to see if the wall still exists, so that the character can keep walking up it. I guess I'll need something called like wall awareness. Some kind of a Raycast solution to check if there's a wall in front. All right, let's add that component. This wall check length you would think is close. In fact, wall climb has this built into it. It looks like the update loop, but it's for a state machine. And my state machine system doesn't run on the update loop. Because it doesn't run in parallel. Only one state runs at a time. So they can't, if I put all of the do behavior inside of update, every state will run every frame. And I don't want that to happen. So instead, what I've got is a hierarchy. Okay. And do gets called only on the active branch. So if this is our state at the end, that's the actual state that we want to run. So do only gets called on this guy. Hey Marissa, thank you so much for the super chat. Marissa says, you've inspired me to start with 2D side-scroller before launching my dream RPG project. Side-scrollers can be difficult as well. Thank you so much for watching. So update is, it's part of Unity, and anything that is a mono behavior will run update every single frame. I don't want that to happen with my state machine. The do of this state shouldn't run unless it's the active state. Same with this one. And I don't want to have, I just don't need the overhead of an update loop on every state. So this is on wall check. This check right here. A small side scroller, yes. This check here is an area check. And it specifically lives on the main character. It's not a bad way to do it, especially for enemies. Maybe I will repurpose this code. Is Love 2D any good? Love 2D is it's not an engine per se, it's more of a framework. So it's mostly like a code library. I don't know if it's any good. I think if you're the kind of person who likes to do things yourself, Love 2D is as good as you want it to be. But I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. For a very simple game, I think it would be fine. But if you're making a game that's not simple, I think it's more expedient to use an engine. It's just more efficient to use tools that are more developed. Well, then I would encourage you to use Godot. Then Godot is like open source, free, and is much closer to a fully fledged engine than Love 2D is. Okay, so the problem with this wall check is that it requires some hitboxes. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's fine, but we have like a bunch of different box checks. Wall hands box. I guess that's it's only really one box. Oh, but then I've got feet colliders. Then I've got the feet box. Okay. I mean, if this is a standard that we can set for Armin, maybe it's the standard we should set for the enemies as well. In which case, this is what I would call a sensor, and it probably could live in its own class at that point, as its own object. So maybe we should build that as well. I've called them awareness in the past, but I think I'll keep doing it that. Wall awareness. Yeah, I just think that if you want to make games, like, don't put yourself in a position where you have to build an engine. You know, because what that'll teach you to do is build game engines. That's the way that I feel about it. If you're like the kind of, and there are plenty of people who love the academic pursuit and the personal growth involved in building stuff from scratch. But I don't think you'll ever make a game that way, you know, unless your game is very technical or like novel. You know, like there are certain games that come out of that process for sure. But if it's like, if what you're passionate about is making a game that's similar to something that you've played before, just go to an engine. Like unless you really don't mind, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like there's, you know, in the world, this is the thing. People come down this conversation, you know, they're entry level and they're like, do I do this or do I do this? And this is like Unity and Unreal and, you know, Godot. And then down here is like Love and like Raylib and whatever, you know. What's the other one? Hacks, you know. And this is not the same. This is not it's not a 50-50 choice. It's not like, oh, I can make games this way or I can make games this way. It's like I can make games this way, and the skill set that I learn is like one bunch of things, or I could make games this way and force myself down a path where I have to learn how to do so much stuff. I have to cover so much territory by myself that by the time I get to the point where I'm on the path of doing game design, like it's not that this territory is bad. It's just that like if you came down this path going, I want to make a game. These ones are free. These ones are sometimes costly. This is not an alternative path to get to where this goes. You know, not an efficient one anyway. They might both take you to game dev land eventually, right? Sure, eventually you'll be making a game, but like you'll also be making so much other stuff. And I think that as like a learning experience, the things that you will learn along the way will be, what's the word? These things aren't necessarily helpful in doing this. They're helpful in doing the things that these engines already do for you. So like if you want to learn about graphics pipelines, sure, build your own graphics pipeline. But like that doesn't help you design levels. It doesn't help you design characters or even necessarily shaders for your characters or anything like that. You know, no, it's like learning to be a mechanic in order to drive a car. You know, it's like maybe you'll be better off as a driver if you're a mechanic, but how often are you going to use those mechanics skills when you're driving? If the thing you care about is driving, like, yeah, maybe you'll be like more equipped to fix your car if it breaks down on the side of the road. Maybe you're more equipped to, get more efficiency out of it. Maybe if you're doing performance driving as a mechanic, you might know a bit more than someone who's just driving. But like 99.9% of what you do while you're driving as a mechanic versus as a regular civilian or whatever, it's the same stuff. It's just that you had to learn how cars work first and they didn't. So if you're gonna, unless you really want to build your own car and maintain your own car, and that's valuable to you, and the time it takes to do that, the 5+ years it'll take you to build the car before driving one, as long as you don't mind that, yeah, sure, go for it. But I would say you'd have to be like a game engine enthusiast, not a game development enthusiast, to do that. Yeah, it just depends on what it is you want to do. I just want people to understand that I really think this car analogy works. Like, you are better off as a driver if you've built your own car. You are better off in terms of your skill set. But is it an efficient way to spend your time? Is it worth it to have done that for you? Maybe at the end of the day, your driving may be better informed, but you will have done so much less driving than someone who is just driving every day, you know? You know, like you're not learning about state machines if you're building a compiler. You know what I mean? There's such different things. Hacks is, I like Flash back in the day. Oh my gosh, with Have a Hotel on the screen and Flash's game engine was really, really cool. You know what I mean? You could do really cool stuff with Flash, and ActionScript underneath it was nice. I think that there was a lot that was good about what Flash was doing for game development. And I think that hacks, keeping all of the under the hood stuff, you know, is great. At the same time, a lot of what made Flash so cool was the editor, and without the editor, the proposition isn't the same. I'm thinking about Flixel, like hacks and Flixel. That's what I was using. Insignia was almost a hacks Flixel game when I first started working on it. But I'm very happy that it's not one. Cool. All right, so wall sensor. Yeah, if you want to just design the game experience, the engines that are out there are great. I think, like, gosh, if you really know what you're doing, I think it's I think it's fine to go into building your own stuff. And I think a lot of games are built with their own engines. It's just that, like, you know, they're built by very experienced people. Like, okay, I went to university, and at university there were, you know, you come across the different kinds of people that there are at university, right? Some people are extremely self-motivated, right? They just have this ability to get to, they're just intelligent enough and driven enough that you can tell them about something and they'll go learn about it and they'll go figure it out and they'll build it themselves and they'll just go. There was this guy that I knew, I think his name was, oh gosh, I'm going to forget it now. Let's call him Jonathan. This guy, Jonathan, that I went to uni with, he was actually the year below me. This guy, no, Sebastian? Jonathan? Anyway, let's call him John. This guy, John, was genuinely like one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. And he was the graduating year below me. And we were both doing an independent study unit at the same time. This guy was on such another level that it was like, what are you doing here? Like, you could teach these classes. Like, he was using low level C++ graphics libraries to do assignments that we were all being taught in Java. You know what I mean? Like, this kid came to university with a full knowledge of C++. You know, it's like, oh, like you don't need to be here. He created an audio over Ethernet interface that was cheaper and better than the nearest market like product. Like, he was doing like DJ stuff or whatever, and he's like, oh, this thing costs like $100, and I can buy the parts at my local electronics store and make a cheaper one and probably beat these guys, probably undercut these guys by a certain amount. He was like, he distributed his own electronics, you know, like he developed his own audio interface and just like, oh yeah, this is just better than what you can buy. Like, what the hell? And he bought a scanner at the time. So at the time in Sydney, where I lived, all of the buses used these electronics. They were like magnetic tape bus cards. So it wasn't the cards that we use on public transport now are like NFC kind of credit card style things. At the time, they were magnetic tape. So like a punch card or something, you know, you put it in the slot, the machine goes and then it spits it back out again. And he wrote code, he wrote some application to read and write to those cards. So he would just give himself infinite bus rides. Like, who is this guy? You know what I mean? Like, these are just 3 separate things this guy was doing in a year. You know what I mean? Just had his own, and none of it had anything to do with what we were doing at university. You know, like, I was in a design degree. You know, we learned some programming, but like he was just the kind of person who had probably parents who were programmers. He probably grew up tinkering with stuff, taking computers apart, putting them together again, and you know, had a mind for it and a nourishing environment, and was as a result very self-sufficient. I feel like if you're that kind of person where you can just go, oh, I wonder if, and then just go and figure it out for yourself, and you don't need anyone to teach you how to do it, then by all means, go and use these frameworks that are like, for me, And now I'm changing I was talking about one genius. Now I'm just talking about two different kinds of people. I'm the kind of person who I kind of need a graphics interface for what I'm doing. I know I'm in a code editor here. I've learned how to program over like 10, 15 years. Okay, I don't need a GUI for this, but like, I'm not the kind of person who enjoys just sitting in terminal all day, just CD, which directory I'm trying to get into, like learning how to, get around the computer with just a terminal. It's not the way that I like to engage with with creative, enterprises. Some people don't need the visual stimulus. They don't need the kinetic visual relationship between I'm drawing a curve, I'm creating a blah, blah, blah. They're comfortable navigating that space more lexically, I guess. So like when we're talking about, say, physics systems for a game, if you don't have a GUI, if you don't have a scene that you can set up for your game, all of the creative things you'll be doing have to do with, they require you to be able to write some code, interpret what's going to happen on the computer, run the code, see what happens, and then know which variables to change in the code to make it behave differently. Getting experienced enough to engage with your code that way is not something that a first timer typically is cut out to do. That's basically how I see it. For me, at least, as someone who's like a creative person or whatever, a visual person, it took a while before I was like comfortable thinking that way. And even so, more specifically, when I talk about the frameworks that I like recommend, like I like processing a lot. Processing is that you're writing code, you press run, you see something cool, you change the code. The reason why that's even possible for someone to start with is because this handles all of the backend library stuff for you. So you're not setting stuff up. There's not like 20 lines of code before you get to the drawing code. You start with the drawing code. And I think for someone who's just learning, the barrier for entry for how much mental visualization you have to do, or even just experience not having to visualize, that gap, that like barrier for entry it's super high if you don't have a GUI like this. If you don't have like a visual representation of your objects and your scripts and your assets and your scenes. I just find that this is a very grounding place. So that's why I recommend it. I am better than him at pixel art. Hey Recreations, if you have the channel points to redeem it, yeah. I mean, even just the feedback loop of setting a public variable and then going into the editor and then changing the public variable at real time. That is so much more valuable. Like tools are helpful, interfaces are helpful. Just like file systems are helpful, clicking clicking on the objects, seeing them permanently, rather than having to go into the terminal and type like ls in a directory and then typing out the name of the place you want to go to. Like, it's just, a lot of people just find it, you know, they want as many tools as they can get to remove the barrier between like what they're actually working with and their hands. Pointing and clicking. That's why it's so popular, right? To have computers with interfaces. And even mice for like the younger generation are like one step further. They want to touch stuff. Yeah, but most people don't really need to learn how things actually work. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Hey, I want the people who, this is my life's mission statement, right? When I was getting into this stuff, and I think for most people still, one of the first things that you run into is this elitism around like, programming is for smart people who are good at maths. That's the first thing. And unless you've built your own game engine, you know, Game Boy emulator in assembly or whatever, you're not a good developer, right? It's like those things, those like weird gatekeeping things, those are going to stop very, very intelligent, very capable people from even trying to get into game development, because of these weird notions of like what real developers do or what development really is. And I don't want people who have potential. I don't want that wasted on them not even getting started because they don't know where to start, because they think that the place they have to start is like some weird nonsense that like no one really does. You know, it's like saying you shouldn't drive a car unless you've built an engine. You know, it's like, what? Okay, so this is it's totally fine. This will probably work still as well. Yeah. Probably don't even need to hide this. I'll probably just keep it as it is. So wall hands box, feet hand box, create empty. Yeah, there's so little math in programming. I mean, unless you're working in MATLAB and you're doing like, you know, there are, the thing is, programming is a lot like writing. Gak Pixel? Oh, thank you, Lazy. You know, it's a lot like writing. Lots of people write for their jobs, but they write totally different things, right? Like a novelist and a journalist write different things. Someone who writes, you know, like a secretary writes differently to a journalist, writes differently to a novelist, and your vocabulary that you need to be a novelist is completely different to what you need as a secretary. So like, the idea that you need to be smart or like good at maths to be a programmer is like saying that you need to be able to, you know, like it's the same thing. It's like, okay, maybe like maybe if you're like an engineer, you know, like if you're like an aerospace engineer, maybe you need a lot of maths, but probably not even that much. It's probably just like if you're doing like, I don't even know like what specifically would require a lot of maths, to be honest. Most of it's logic. Most of what you're doing when you're programming is thinking about how to organize stuff and how to move it around. It's not really about like doing the maths, because maths is pretty much solved, you know? Like, you want to do ballistics? That's fine. That's physics. That's easy, you know? You want to do, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but is it really? Is it really? I mean, there is this like the fast inverse square thing, like the John Carmack thing. When I think about that, it's like even that isn't really maths. Like if it's like really if it's like data crunching stuff, like if making something really efficient. I get that it's maths, but like, is it? Yeah. But it's not like, you don't have to be able to do that stuff on paper necessarily. Like the method of how to do it. Defining a method is more logic than maths. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like you're not sitting there on a chalkboard writing out sums and finding answers to the problems, you know? I guess this is where maths and logic sort of, because in like spoken word logic, like, how do I put this? There's, I guess, like you could talk about, like, say English, right? When we learn English in high school, you learn about arguments, right? And there's logic in that. You learn about making an argument, using examples, blah blah blah. And you touch on formal logic in that. Then you can talk about philosophy and logic, like actual, you know, the idea of, you know, if, or, and, not, blah blah blah, right? And then you could step into programming logic, which is more concrete, I guess. You're thinking about using all that formal stuff to actually do things, like operations. And some of the math stuff that we're talking about is still more about, like, how do I put this? Okay, I'll give you an example that I'm a little, that for me, I don't know if I would call this math, right? But I wrote a Delaunay triangulation algorithm after I graduated for something fun to do. Don't ask me why. I just wanted to push myself. So I wrote an algorithm that did this, right? You take a bunch of random points and you find a set of connections between the points such that essentially the area between the edges is as triangular as possible. That there is equilateral as possible. That's kind of it's not the best definition, but there is a simple way to explain it, but that's how I explain it. Okay. I wrote an algorithm that did that, solved that problem. But that's not, I wouldn't call that math. Like, I didn't do any, it was a lot of logic, but it wasn't any math, I don't think. Like, it was an algorithm, but I didn't have to calculate anything. It's mostly about, I mean, you're checking distances between stuff all the time, but that's very simple. But it was a problem solving, you know. But this is where I think people get confused, and where I think it's so important. Because when people think about I'm not good at math, what they think about is their ability to solve equations. That's basically it. Most people think of maths as solving equations. This requires no solving equations. I didn't solve anything to build this, you know? That's right. So I don't know, maybe it's just a common misnomer. I don't know. Well, that's right. Well, this is the thing. And it gets this way with like physics as well. And like even astrophysics. Like people think about physicists as like really, 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 really smart. And even people who do like academic, like research math, they get really, really, really deep. But then if you watch like a video essay about what some of these things are about, explained by somebody who's just trying to tell a story, suddenly it becomes like, oh, this is like totally comprehensible. So someone can understand what this is, and it's novel and it's interesting, and the proofs for it might be quite formal, but the actual meat of what it is that's being explored is not, it doesn't even feel like maths. It just feels like thinking about stuff, you know? A lot of the time, I feel like it's like that. You know, it's just like, oh, like, it's just thinking about the best way to do a thing, you know? All right. So we had a redemption for Gak. You around, Gak? Oh, that's for recreation. Recreation, you still here? You just described every discipline. Did I though? No. Thinking about in the abstract, how best to do a thing. That's, to me, I think about that as design, but I think a lot of maths is about designing things more abstract than actual problems. It's like you know, like we talk about like the traveling salesman. Like this kind of like P equals NP, all that stuff. I love that stuff, but I don't think of it as maths. I just think of it as like problems that recur and abstracting them and figuring out the best ideas about solving them. But I mean, I know that that's maths. I know it is. I don't think most people would think of that as maths. Theoretical comp sci. I mean, it's like it describes the goal of maths. I know. It's very pure. But you could give this problem to anybody on the planet and they could have a stab at it, even if they had no idea what maths was. You know? So I just feel like it's got a bad brand for itself. I don't know. Like as soon as you get to here, I feel like you lose people. I feel like it's no longer a thing that I don't know. Gosh, I love this stuff. I love this stuff, and I was terrible at maths in high school. I would call this algorithms, maybe? What would you even call this? Is this maths? I don't know. Combinatorics? Is that how you pronounce that word? But I don't love this. I don't love how abstract this is. Once you get to algebraic notation, I just fall straight off. I fall completely off. It just feels so... It feels so divorced from what it is that I love about it that I resent it. Because this, I totally get. I totally get what's happening in all of these GIFs. And I could probably write the code for how this works just looking at this GIF. You know, it makes perfect sense. I know exactly what this is. But as soon as it becomes this, it's like, I'm out of here. I'm done. Like, it's just not, it's not even, it doesn't feel like it's describing the thing, you know? And maybe because I'm illiterate, but, you know, enumerate? Yeah, I just don't like it as I don't like it as in any, I know that it's not something that you have to like or dislike. It's just like, I don't find it a good vehicle for disseminating knowledge to people because of the barrier for entry for them to even approach understanding it. It's so high for what is actually a visual thing. Using, you know, Greek letters. You know, it's like, why? I know that's just because it's classically the way it's done. I just don't like it done that way. I think like pseudocode's way better. Yeah. I mean, I would prefer like some programming language, you know, abstraction or whatever. It does feel like music in notation. I agree. And I think that music, this notation of music also sucks. I get it. I think it's fine, but I would love to see music that used color or some other structure to communicate like chords and melodies and stuff. It just feels like it feels like it's right there. This completely different notation that's so much better. Like the circle of fifths. It's like, you guys, you're so close. Like you're so close. It's like, because we talk about brightness and darkness, we talk about warmth and cool, we talk about, you know, tension and release. We use all of these words that have these sensorial qualities about them, you know. Why don't we try to just represent it that way? Why don't we just say that C major is red, you know? Or like a major is white and minor is black or whatever. Oh, I would say timbre is mostly maybe warm and bright. But like, I think light and dark definitely. Like, how is red easier than C major? Because the relationship between red and pink makes more sense than the relationship between like C and F. Do you know what I mean? Because you're defining a space. Letters do not define a space. Letters are sequential numbers, sequential symbols, right? But color has a space. It has dimensions to it. So the idea would be something like music, well, sound is a spectrum, and the intervals between sounds is a space. So you would want to define it spatially because that's what it is. I don't think of this stuff as being rules. I think about it as definitions. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not this sounds good, this sounds bad. It's what is light and what is dark. What is, you know, how do you think about the difference between this space and this space? You know, like when we talk about like a major chord on a keyboard, it's like 1, 3, 5, you know, and then 8 or whatever, like the root, the fifth, the octave, and the third. That's about the distances between those notes. And when you take a scale and you make it more minor and you add in a bunch of sharps, that changes the intervals, changes the space. So the dynamics are different. That should be something that should be evident by looking at the notation. Because the point that I find interesting with music is that it's this. I'm going to screw this up. Right, when we do this, is that even right? I think it is. It might be. I don't know. What does the keyboard look like? Is the C completely white? No, it's not. Okay, I was wrong. When you look at this, right, it's circular, really. Like, this isn't the top, and that's not the bottom. Like when you think about it as, when you think about like a chord, when you take a chord and then you invert it by having the root be somewhere else, rather than use the what do you call it? Do you know what I'm saying, right? Like if I do this, what have I done? Is that how it goes? My brain suddenly has no idea how music works, how a piano roll works. I never had to do this before. Okay. If you put your notes here, da 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 da. If you do this, or you do this, it's the same thing, right? That and that, they're the same chord. So it's not like this is 1, 3, 5. It's that the gaps are something. Like, yeah, okay, it sounds different to our ears because we put the root in a different space. Like it's shifted in a different way, and it feels a little different. But the point is that this feels very different to da 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 da, to, you know, doing this. And why does that feel different to doing that? Or like, you know, if I take these two and shift them here, that feels different. I care more about the intervals and how they relate to each other in terms of their warmth or darkness, or whatever you want to call it, brightness, darkness, or sadness, happiness. I care more about that than like that this is called C. Do you know what I mean? And even like the like Lydian, Dorian, Aeolian, all of that, those are just, it's like naming colors with Pantone names as opposed to using RGB. That's what this feels like. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this chord is chartreuse. This scale is, you know, mauve. It's like, okay, but now I have to memorize what all those words mean. Where in reality, there's a scheme here where we could probably figure out how to describe something using what it is rather than just giving it a name. Anyway. And I know that the Roman notation does this a little bit, like when they talk about like the first chord, fourth chord, fifth chord. That to me is quite appealing. It's like thinking about them that way, but I don't like how it's locked into a key. I mean, I guess it's hard to not do that, but when we talk about like borrowed chords, it's like, no, did you borrow a chord or did you just shift one note to the left, you know, by one tone? Like sometimes two things that feel adjacent in musical notation, two things that feel adjacent in how they sound, when you describe them in musical notation, it's two very complicated. They're like on opposite ends of something, but they're so close to each other because of the way that the notation is described. Do you know what I mean? You're looking at it from the perspective of a composer, but a performer might have a different opinion. Maybe. Like when things are like, oh, this is an A flat major dominant seventh. It's like, no, I don't know. That's not a real thing, but you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yes, but also that's B flat or something. You know, it's like it's like these two things are they're just described in such a way that the terminology has to be additive until you hit a break point and then it simplifies again. And so for someone who doesn't understand it that well, this difference between that is like, it's not intuitive. That's all I'm trying to say. It's not an intuitive way to understand. You can't build an understanding that way just by reading. You have to sort of have played a lot of music and read a lot of music, and then it'll start making sense. Alrighty then. So this wall navigate will need a one of these. Oh, this has changed it quite a bit. There's quite a difference between these two things, and I didn't notice it until I was halfway through it. I guess there's a difference now between. Oh man, I might need to rewrite this entire wall control, wall awareness feature. I don't know. I mean, it's different things. Like programming is not about abstraction into intuitiveness necessarily. You don't want to lose fidelity in the process of notation. So when we talk about higher level, like the thing that bogs down programming is that you have a compiler underneath it and a processor that needs to turn it into, byte code or whatever. That isn't what's happening with music. So they're different in that sense, in that what needs to be abstracted to the human level in programming. With music, it's all human, it only exists for humans. So it's sort of like, I mean, color theory is pretty good, I think. I feel like the way we describe visual things, we're very good at it for the most part. Even physics is pretty good. I mean, like maths is good for physics. It's a lot of that stuff makes perfect sense to me. I just find music is one of those areas where we haven't done a great job. Yeah, I don't know. So the problem here is that I've defined, there's two jobs this needs to have. First job is check if we're on a wall. 2, check if there is wall ahead of us. That's a different conversation altogether. So the way that I do navigation in the game currently is we've got self-awareness. That has a set of raycasts that check. So it does this, and it does this. So this is how it checks to see if there's free terrain in front of you. It just goes like down, 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 down until one of these breaks. And I think that's I mean, like, if you look, I can show you it works because it works all the time. See how it's like green until we hit off the edge and then it goes red? You basically need something like that, but for the wall. But then if I'm going to do this, I might as well do this all the time. I might as well shoot 2 raycasts, one either side, or just the side that we're facing, you know, and just check up the wall and down the wall. I don't know. I might take a break to think about this a little bit. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. So, I think if we're going to implement this for even one enemy, it's worth reviewing this implementation because it's a lot of raycasts to be doing every frame for every character, and I feel like it's worth doing. I don't know, maybe you would disagree with me, but let's have a look. So this is the problem. We are a character, we live on the wall, and it's our goal to move up and down the wall. It's functionally the same as this, as being on the ground. And the thing that we're trying to do is check if we have free travel. Now, I'm probably going to turn off physics for this. So it doesn't have to really be like, I learned quite a long time ago how dangerous it can be to use actual raycasts to check this stuff, because if you ever have a gap, the whole thing falls apart. So the long term, the thing that I ought to have done for this game, and that I probably could still do if I was smart, but you know, who knows if I'll do that, is to take this space and compress it down to a grid, like A star. That would be the right way to do this. It would basically make the entire process trivial, because I would no longer need to be checking if there was ground beneath me. I would just need to be checking if the tile beneath me was a ground tile. It does have some, there are a little bit of issues there with fidelity in terms of like, you know, if you're straddling a tile, stuff like that, like you don't really want just a 1 or a 0. You need to know like where exactly the ground ends. But, you know, if your characters have a position and the position lives in a grid. So, hey RV, thanks for the follow. So that's the challenge that we are presented with. And for the most part, like, I mean, you take this and you split it up into a bunch of grid spaces. Then if you go off the grid, you know, your position doesn't resolve to a grid position where there's air anymore. The only thing you need to do is, hang on, let me flip this around. Okay, we've been pushed off of a cliff. The position below us is no longer ground. You know, once we get to beyond this point, maybe we have a box, maybe we check the left and right extents. If neither of them are on the ground, then we just say we're not on the ground anymore. The only other thing is if we were to do like physics, like bouncing. You know, if you get slammed into the ground and you want to bounce off it, stuff like that. Collisions is probably easier to do. So assuming we're not doing that, because I haven't got A star set up for this and I haven't got a grid, although it shouldn't be that hard. A grid that big? I mean, it wouldn't be very useful for pathfinding, or maybe it would be, I don't know. It might be very expensive for pathfinding, but what you're describing is raycasts at that point. You've literally just reverted it back down to a physics problem. If every tile is a pixel, that's what raycasting does. So that's what that's what you'd have to do. You start shooting rays down and checking individual pixels. Ben XL, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. So what I'm doing currently is I take a ray and I slide it off at an angle, and I do it at an angle because sometimes you get those floating point errors when it's perfectly vertical and there'll be a break in the terrain. This is an easy way of just saying, hey, especially if I tile them like once every tile or whatever, I can control the fidelity by checking how many rays I want to cast. Right? I can do like lots of them in a short space or a few of them. A limit switch? I don't know what that does or what that means. So maybe I will just keep doing this. As long as the check doesn't have to be so deep. Right? And it probably doesn't have to be so deep. Leffen's Visa. Hey, Leffen's Visa. Hope you're respecting your Eldens, Lef. Eldens? Elders. So, yeah. You'll show your elders some respect. P.S. Leffen, I ain't done yet. Oh, a magnet. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. Yeah, for sure. Dude, I met Chillin' Dude. I met him IRL in Melbourne. Mabi. And Leffen and Mango. They were all there. I watched them play at BAM 7. It was a good night. Krillin Dude. Krillin Dude. Yeah, I attended BAM 7. I played in BAM 7. I got washed. I got 0-2'd. But sometimes you just go out like a buster, you know? Hey, Saptagiri, welcome. All right. It's a beautiful, crazy world. Man, fighting games are so, I don't know. I was playing SF6 last year, all the way up. I hit master. And then I was like, what am I doing? I'm never going to be any of these people. I did finish it. You know, it was pretty legit too. There you go. Enjoy. It supports gamepad, so play it with like a pro controller or something. It's not great, but for like a week's worth of work, it's okay. It has break the targets in it, and it has a boss, and it has 2 different stages. And it has wave dashing, obviously. It doesn't have ledge grabs though. That's the thing. All right. So yeah, I guess I'll just do this. Neither does Rivals. Well, Insignia does, so I could put it in. My real game has ledge grabs. And air attacks and directional attacks. What is this What is this guy doing so high up in the air? Oh, I gave him the things. Advanced options. Currently, most of that's ability unlocks. So it's designed to not be... Look, there's a guy in our Discord named Turtle Burgle, and he literally has discovered a bunch of tech, and he's given it all names and stuff, but it's not supposed to be in there. It's not tech that I put in the game, it's tech that he discovered. So whether or not it stays in the full game on release will be a different story. I did. I killed one of the movement options. He called it turt canceling, and I got rid of it. I took it out of the game. But there's other stuff in there that's cool. It's not all about the turt canceling. Yeah, if you go to the Discord, 1 second, I'll show you guys. They've got a full-on like thread about all the movement tech they found. So like, this is combo tech. I don't think this is any of the turret canceling stuff. He's even annotated it. Like, I don't know what any of this stuff is. I just make the game. Oh, there is, yeah, this I put into the game. I actually put the roll canceling in. Yeah, so there is actually, yeah, that's one example of movement tech that I actually added in. So if you roll, you can jump out of the roll and keep momentum. So it's like, and you can bunny hop. And depending on how well you do it, you can keep all of the momentum and just keep bouncing. I always do that in Mario games because you preserve momentum in like Mario Brothers 3 and stuff. Little things like that. I mean, it's not a multiplayer platform fighter or anything like that, so. All right, what did I do wrong here? Did I take something away? Ah. Sounds a bit like Celeste, this music. Oh, you liked it? It's kind of hard. It's not... It's a little wonky, but... I did make it in a week from scratch. So, I really don't want to have to do this, but I think I have to. Well, that's kind of interesting. That doesn't look like that complicated. Ground check start. This music is putting me off. Physical format games, like a tabletop game. No, I haven't actually. I've been working on Insignia since 2017. Ground check Y. I don't know what that is. Rotate vector. Right. by raycasting. Oh, that's the depth. That's how far down. And then X direction. I think that should just be direction. Got. Where does this get declared? Oh, I see. Is it the way we're moving or the way we're facing that we should check? Interesting. Well, really, this is more like... yeah. Let's just call it that. And then here... This is not the right one. This needs to be the ground check distance. It might be. That's a nice way to think about it. Okay. This is tough because where the wall check starts uses character, but character doesn't exist in the transform. So I guess I'll just do transformed opposition here. Otherwise, we'll just call it transformed opposition. Who cares? Hey, something happened. Okay, it's actually correct. Sort of. But we're offsetting on the x-axis for no reason. Because direction is... it shouldn't have an x component. Yay. Now we can check whether we're on the wall or not. But we want them to turn green. Okay, that's all good. Oh, this is not climbable wall. That's why. You can't climb this wall. What is this? Sandbox. Duh. Hey, it works. We have wall detection. So that's all pretty good and well. What if there's a break? Yeah, it handles that because it goes from the first one out, and if any of them return red, they all turn red. Yeah, that's been in the game for a long time. It's the same because this is the ground check. I just rotated it. So if I go over to here, it'll all turn green. But before that point, it's just going to stay red. Yeah. Okay. So that's all really cool. And I should... let's call it like 80 pixels. And let's get the depth at like 25. Cool. All right. So now the next check. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, wait, really? I haven't got that nice and cleaned up. Okay, well, fair enough. It is what it is. So the next thing is, do I have access to this wall awareness from... No, it was wall navigate. So obstructed equals wall awareness dot. Let's call is obstructed. Let's check that. So wall awareness gets an is obstructed in the direction that we're checking if wall check length, wall proximity, get wall safety is less than and then this is what's this called? Wall check distance. Cool. So is obstructed can be checked now. In the direction of destination minus character position. Yeah, looks good to me. Okay, and then this will complete if it's not safe to move. And not safe to move checks to see if we are not obstructed. So if it's not safe to move, then we complete. If time expires, we're complete. If we're at the destination, complete. And that is wall navigate. We've added wall movement for enemies. So, the Hedgehog is going to need at least one we've got patrol, but now we're going to need like wall patrol. Unless I make it more variable. But patrol is just moving between 2 points, right? Does wall navigate implement navigate? It doesn't. It should though. It should derive from navigate. But it should overwrite all that stuff. Can I do that? Ooh. I don't know. I don't know if it should. It's got a position. It moves towards the position. The thing is, we use the X to check to see if we're at the destination. I could have made this more abstract. I could have made it the raw distance. But then it wouldn't have worked if we were a grounded enemy and we were slightly above the ground. The distance that you have to travel would be diagonal distance rather than, or like the absolute distance rather than the X distance. So I kind of am happy to keep it this way, that there are two different kinds of navigate. However, now patrol becomes, we need to make a wall patrol. Not that many enemies need to have this ability, but Could also just make it move up until it can't move anymore and then turn around and move forward until it can't move anymore. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just write the code to make it do the thing we want it to do, and then we'll figure out something else. So the first thing we want to do is, what do? We want it to simply walk. We have a walk. So let's make it walk. All right. I think I need a wall patrol. I think I do. I just don't know if it needs to have it. I mean, there's this. It just draws a line between the position and the ranges, but I feel like we can. It's so close to being something where we get where we could make it ambidextrous, ambidirectional, bidirectional. Whatever. For now, I'll just copy it. What have I done? I don't know what I pressed. I accidentally clicked something that I couldn't see. What have I done? Did I just re-import? Oh, I think I clicked the right thing. It just doesn't matter. Okay. Hello. So, Wall Patrol. Sounds like Paw Patrol. Not that I've ever seen that or even really know what it is, but I've heard my nieces talking about it. That's it. Good evening. I think reticulating splines is from the Sims as well, the original Sims. Okay, so that's your wall walk. This becomes, I guess, Hedgehog idle. Right now, we'll just make it all do this. Yay, it works. I think I want to do a little bit better with these gizmos though. So like, let's see how well it knows what I'm going to do. Yep, very good. Cool. So that's the patrol depths. Okay, well, now I can go to the Hedgehog and I can say, wall patrol. And right now I'll just take everything away. Okay, cool. So now it's just going to loop through the wall patrol stuff. The only thing I didn't do is I didn't check to see if wall patrol had an exit condition. Nope. Okay. Sick. I'm making behavior that allows my enemy to walk up and down walls. Ready? Ready? Okay, not quite. Not quite what I was expecting. He's trying his best. Look at that. He did something. I don't know if he's falling or if he's walking. I think he might just be falling. Walking is like falling with style. Oh. Listen, buddy. Let's get you a bit closer. There we go. Wall walking. Almost. So the rotation. Okay. I don't know where that initial thing comes from, where it's sort of, I mean, that looks pretty good now. I don't know what's going to happen when I hit it, but we'll find out, I guess. It kind of fell in a weird way. Let's have a look at what's happening here. He's trying to do wall walk. Is it the sensor depth? It's the check distance. Yeah, because he's too far away from the wall. But then what happens is he gets... Oh, hang on. Uh-huh. There's this sort of... He gets sort of pushed out from it. We could make it so that he gets locked, so that the right side of his body gets pushed out exactly far enough from the wall at all times. Feels a little weird, but I could do it. Hey, engineer and outlaw, welcome. Wall check distance, not wall check distance. Wall side LR. I don't think we even really check the distance of the wall to the player. So this is snapping to the wall if the snap distance, well, it sets the distance and then it says if we're on the wall, position equals something. Oh, plus equals. It's like pushing us towards the wall. I don't really like that. I want the point of the Raycast where we last hit the wall, I think. But it's not great because we're not doing a Raycast. We're doing a physics overlap check. So this is probably the right way to do it. I don't know how this is actually going to work, but he's got a physics collider, so if we just keep trying to push him into the wall, I guess he won't fall away from it. I mean, it works for the player character. I don't know how it works for the enemy. I mean, I guess. Wait, why is he not parented to the object anymore? I guess it doesn't matter. The nav collider is this. So this is it's trying to push. I mean, we could do better than that. I just don't know where the wall is. That's the only problem. I know if we're on one, I just don't know like where it is. The other way to do it is we can check. There is a check where we do a raycast rather than a physics overlap, where we do the depth wall check. So we'll get wall safety. So if the wall collider is null, then return 1 minus ray separation for each of them. If two wall dot collider is null, so if we never hit a wall, but if we did hit a wall, not even distance to wall, but how about like wall position X? So then when we go back over here, we want to say position okay, fine, plus equals but it depends on which one it is. If we're on the left wall, then yes, that's right. Okay, and then in that case, we could do that. Oh, cool. That actually totally works. And then we can get rid of snap distance for now, but I think we might need it a bit later. In any case, if it snaps the position of the thing so that the right side of the body is exactly where the wall is, sounds like a win to me. Or, alternatively, this needs to be an absolute value. I don't think we even need, well, yeah. At the very least. Nope. No, I don't need a tutorial for this. It's okay. I wonder if rotating it did this. I think we should just rotate the sprite, maybe. We're causing some problems we might not. Oh God. Let's check to see if the distance is beyond a certain point. Yeah. There we go. Let's try that. Yay! Perfect. What's my elo on chess.com? My elo on chess.com is for blitz it's like 1000. For like rapid it's like 1200. Let's see if we can move him away and what happens if we do that. He snaps. Cool. And then, assuming I can jump in here and knock him out. Nice. So it's really the sprite that we want to rotate, I guess. Yay. Can we hitch a ride? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Almost. Give me a ride. Hang on a second. Let me try it. Oh, I keep snapping to the wall. Oh, I'm taking damage. That's also a problem. It's weird when I share the wall with him. Oh god, I die immediately. What? Where'd he go? I think it's because he's looking down and it's like he can see me and he's like, oh, it's not safe to move anymore because someone's there. Shrek, I'm looking down. Okay, well, we know that the wall navigate works just fine. And if we want, we can check to see what's happening with that state tree if the player is involved. Ah, he sees Armin. So I don't know what should happen there if we see the player character. Jar Jar voice? I don't see any requests, but I really don't want to do it. So please don't. Harold. Jesus. What if you can continuously attack it while going up? The problem with it is you can't continuously press the down attack button anyway. Why is the Hedgehog, his sprite? Wait a second, his sprite renderer is on the same game object as he is? No, that's not right. No, he's got a sprite there. So oh, whoops. That's what I mean. That's what I meant. What happens if he sees his own shadow? He won't see his own shadow. How did he go upside down? I don't know. Please don't. Reminds me of Braid. It's a little bit Darth Jar Jar. So let's see if we can make him walk and then walk up a wall. Hey, Conbay, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. If wall patrol dot wall awareness dot is on wall which is really should enter. That's the should enter condition for wall control. So I'll say wall control dot should enter. You got it. What the heck? Okay. Raise wall awareness. No. How'd you get upside down, buddy? How'd you get upside down? Oh, I know why. I know why. There we go. Go onto the wall. Do it. I have an issue here. Is Unity still good? I mean, you don't have to use it. See, he shouldn't right now. What's he doing? Right now he is idling and then patrolling, walking, cancelling. Which means the destination he's picking is too far to the right. I think because it doesn't alternate. Hey, Billy. Okay, so it's picking the next destination. Hey, Elzak, thank you so much for the sub. Hope you're doing well. Tough catching a stream with the new streaming times. Sorry about that. It'll go back in a couple months. It goes back and forth. This is kind of like the original streaming time. Video for starting game dev? I don't really have a video for starting game dev. The closest video I have is picking an engine. This is the best video I have for this kind of thing. Okay, so right now it's just picking it's just picking which destination we're furthest from and going towards it. But I think another way to do it would be if we can get to that destination, like the furthest distance that we can move. Character is kind of clunky. Nah, the character's not clunky. I think it's like the furthest, safest distance we could travel. How much time would you say it takes you to do animations? For example, a walking animation. A walking animation might take me, if it's like a 6-frame walk, anywhere between a couple of hours and like 5 hours. If it's like one of my walking animations. Like this one took like a whole afternoon. Like 5 hours. Maybe more, maybe 6 or 7 to get it all finished. Yeah, that's pretty normal for me. Like for that level of detail, I don't think you can go much faster than that. But if I do like another character walking, like these people, their walk animations are very simple. Like this walk, that took like 20 minutes, you know? It's not as complicated. Or like... this guy, this walk, it's, you know, it's not as good. But this was done years and years ago. This took me like, you know, a couple hours. But I don't, or less than that, maybe an hour tops. But I don't like this very much. I think this is kind of, it's a bit cheap. So it just depends like on who it's for. For the main character, you give them more animation attention than if you know, if it's for someone random. Or like these, not that. These guys, they have a run as well. You know? It's pretty simple. That, you know, stuff like that doesn't take very long. I want to check maybe like wall proximity. Get ground safety. Maybe we could use this. But I think wall proximity is probably closer. Hey, Play Games Andrew, welcome. Hey, Claudio. I wasn't really asking. So if you didn't have the controller in your hand, then it's not really something that I think you can comment on stream. I feel like maybe, you know, there are more effective ways to give feedback than that. It's not very helpful, you know? Yeah, there's a demo. Hey, Obtuse Man. It's possible. I could do something like that, but I haven't really put any thought into it. Hey, Aaron Space. I'm working on an enemy that can climb walls. Hey, Slippery. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. And we're going to do the 5 minutes of focus. I didn't see it. Sorry. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Hey, Elzak. I'll answer that question because I read it while I was getting into focus mode. It's okay. Right. I do use state machines. Yeah. Sorry, I can't see that text. I'm in focus mode. Hang on, one sec. That's good. Maybe patrol should end when it hits a wall like that. Well, this enemy shouldn't. This enemy should be doing one thing or the other. They shouldn't be doing both. So if I put him on a wall... What the heck? What the heck? How'd you get over there, buddy? Oh. Very strange. Wait a second, is it the sprite being in the middle of nowhere? No. What the heck is happening? Very confusing. What the heck? I must be setting the X position to 0 at some point. How does this change anything? Nope. Oh, maybe it's because it thinks that it needs to place its position. Maybe because it hits the ground, thinking that that's wall, and then places its X position there. Hey pals, I'm just getting a phone call. I'll be back in a little bit, just a little bit. Alrighty, we're back. Not for very long. I've got about 10 minutes of the stream left, and then I gotta go. But that was my father-in-law asking about my wife who's doing an exam at the moment. Okay, so what we're doing is we are snapping the position. That's the problem. Snap to wall. So this distance to wall is the issue, because wall position X is actually going to go, yeah. So it should be the if is on wall return. Yeah, get out of there. Let's see if that solves it. It should solve it. I think that's it. Redeeming was a bit premature. What do we redeem? Review my game. Yeah, I wish we could. I don't know if today's going to be the day, unfortunately. I'll reject it so you get refunded. And then we can do it maybe tomorrow. Still no good. I think... do you know what? Because it is going to be on a wall, but the distance to the wall and the wall position. I need to know basically if this returned something valuable. I get this all the time. It's like you need to pair a float with a boolean because 0 is not a functional number. 0 isn't a null number. But this is distance. So actually, if I make it -1, then it should always be... It should always be based on the distance, I think. Wait, no, that's the wall position. So it can't be -1. It can't be anything. It's got to be a boolean that includes that. Okay. Let's try that. And then... Oh, you did it. Congrats. Let's try that. It's okay. I'm not too... When I get stuck like this, it's not a bad thing. I'm not concerned. Like, I'm not looking for suggestions necessarily, unless I ask for them. But there's just things that it's just things that you work around. You know, it's not like... It's not a... I don't get upset about it. This is working now, but then valid wall position. I think this actually is the other way around. Wait a second. No. Oh, hang on a second. Goodness me. Oh, how does this work? It's not quite it. It's not quite it. But I don't understand how this... I don't actually... Hang on a second. I don't think this is right. I'm actually really confused about how this is happening. I think it's happening here, but it might not be. It's definitely happening here. Last check, just to be sure. Yeah, it's literally this line of code. And the problem with this line of code is that this value is sometimes 0. And the value is 0 if we basically collide with a wall. So it's correct that I'm trying to set this value. There's nowhere else that I'm checking wall position. I'm only checking it here and here, but this isn't the right place to do it, I don't think. So, because what's happening is the problem is this gap right here. This is the bottom of the ground. This is where the character's trying to go beyond that point. And that should just terminate. But the problem is what it's doing is saying, oh, the position of the wall in this case, because I didn't hit a wall, is going to be 0. So since it's 0, 0 is in the middle of the stage. So I'm going to teleport there because I'm snapping to the wall position every time. The X position of the wall, which starts at 0. Maybe I just don't set it at all. Just let it be what its previous value was. Maybe that. Just don't set it if you don't have anything to say. Don't say anything. I mean, at the very least, it won't go somewhere random. What? Still did it. Hang on a second. I just won't set it. Doesn't sound like a fix. Chat is so... The scrutiny today is insane. Well, that certainly didn't work, but I don't know why. You did it. You finished. All right, let me wrap up here and then we'll talk. Okay. The fact that it's not... Wait, is hot reload on? It is on. The fact that it's moving at all... Have you considered the fact that the new Blade Runner is actually a masterpiece? I like the new Blade Runner. I don't have a problem with that. You've mistaken me. The new one's fine. It's the old one I don't like. The old one's hot garbage. The new one's pretty good. That's all. Okay. How could this value be 0 ever? Validly. That's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. I'll have to review this later. I guess we just don't snap to the wall for now. Hello, Universal. I was just about to finish up. How you doing, bud? Brud? Yeah, that definitely was it. How you doing, buddy? He just walks away. Confused. The soundtrack's okay. Vangelis is fine. I don't have a problem with that. The OG soundtrack is fine. Yeah, he does have an older style. It's the oldest enemy in the game, actually. But we're reviewing him because we're going to make him something better. We're going to repurpose him for a higher purpose. Cool. Well, it works, so... Didn't look like you were catching the Raycast. I think I was. This is the check. That's the catch. But what this is, you have to realize this is multiple Raycasts progressively further away from the player or from the character. So the idea is, it's like, is it okay to go here? Is it okay to go here? Is it okay to go here? If the answer is no, that's the distance that we're allowed to move. In this case, I think what was happening was we were hitting the floor. So we were saying, oh, we've hit the floor now. And the collision distance is like none of these return true, or we hit something, but the distance to the point, maybe I don't know. Maybe we were inside of the Raycast, so we didn't get a point, but the collider was not null. Not sure how that works, but I need to troubleshoot it. But basically, but you're setting the wall position X before you, no. This was, okay, you have to understand. This is the null condition. So this is what I'm setting before anything as the default, right? So by default, we're just setting it to be our current position. Once we find a valid position, and until we don't find one, we keep updating it. So you can see here, I'm updating it again. So it's like when you're sorting a list and you set you're sorting them by max value, you set the max value to be the first thing that you check. And then from then on, you just check after that, right? It's what similar thing. It's just a default value. So this is checking every ray and it's giving us a value. The problem is that it's giving us this is becoming true, even though this was still the default value. That was the problem. Somehow, I don't know. Or it wasn't getting set ever. I don't know. It might return a distance of 0. Yeah, but we're not using distance. We're using position. This is the collision point. So even if it did, it might return a 0 for the point. I don't know. It's a bit strange. This should be a world position that the Raycast hit. But if we were inside, it might hit nothing. I don't know. I need to. It's not that important. That particular problem doesn't. It's not a huge deal. So I should be able to like grab the little hedgehog boy and rip him off the wall. And then he should just go back into walking along the ground. Not quite. He's trying to wall walk, yeah, until he gets to the wall. Okay. Is the world procedural? Nope. It's not. All right, pals, I gotta go. This was really fun. We'll do this tomorrow. Thank you all for checking out the stream. I'll see you all very soon. Why is he querying the environment? Because my enemies can get knocked into all kinds of places. All right. If you like my content and you're on Twitch right now, you can check out my YouTube channel at youtube.com/AdamCEunice. That's not how you spell my name. And if you like my content on YouTube, you could try checking me out on Twitch. And in any case, if you want to support what I do, patreon.com. is the place to go to do that. Okay, thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals, this has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,